Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, you two. So we have a visiting artist in the Hot Shop today, and her name is Danielle Brensinger. She's the one in the back over here. We also have a pretty large amount of people that'll be working on the hot shop floor today. A lot of them work for the museum. They'll help visiting artists that come through. And yeah, this is the last day of this residency. We'll get done everything that we can. And they were just deliberating about the project that we're going to see next. But if we want to see some finished products, we have our pieces on the front table and pedestal right here. I was reading the description for this visiting artist, and she's bringing some pieces of glass from flame working. For example, flame working is like a smaller scale glass art. You work with rods of color that you bring together. For example, this right here, it's this tiny little piece of glass. You can melt down the end of it and use it to create smaller objects. So we have small details that were created beforehand and then brought into a larger scale piece that was made in the hot shop. And this is all inspired by our visiting artist's grandmother. So the specifics that were written about were the crochet dollies that the different pots and kitchen pieces would interact with. So that's why we have some of these specific pieces here. And I just saw a piece that they worked on, it looks like maybe yesterday or the day before, right here on the table. They'll create a lid for it. That's a good question. So the glass that we work with in our hot shop is a soda lime glass instead of something like borosilicate, which means that it can't be used in the kitchen. It's not something like Pyrex. So these are definitely just decorational pieces. Yeah, maybe for serving, yeah. I could imagine it being used for that, but and eventually we will have the cameras following the artists around a little bit more and some closed captioning. We're just getting things set up for the day still a little bit. So this is all going to start over on the left bench, which we have a view of on the screen now, where you're melting down a piece of colored glass, and we also have a small clear bubble on a different pipe. And we're going to layer this colored glass over top of the clear glass to make sure that the entire piece appears one color, just like these pieces here. So this is the very, very beginning of the process. So we dropped a small piece of that molten color onto the end of our clear bubble. We'll heat this up, and you'll see us start to roll it on this metal table called the marver, which we've already been using to push and roll all that color back, cover up the clear. Yep, so this is how large all of our projects start. Just have to start with a single gather or layer of clear on the end of our pipe. And then we build layers upon that, starting with our layer of color if we want color for the piece, which I don't think you guys saw the very beginning where we picked the color up in the first place. So this is called color bar right here. This is what the colored glass looks like when we get it shipped in. And we just break sections of it off and then melt it down on the end of our pipe. Yeah, if we blow it out thinner, then the piece is going to appear much lighter. And some of the transparent colors are so rich, like these, that you just can't see through them in the beginning, and then you would have to thin it out to be able to see that color. And any color you see right now, of course, is just the heat of the glass. It's not the true final color. And that is, of course, where we're getting all of our fresh, clear molten glass. So when we go inside of that tank there, we have a large ceramic crucible in the base that is filled with 2100 degree Fahrenheit clear glass. And it's kind of the texture of honey, so we just stick the pipe in there, give it a twist, and then we end up with a ball of glass on the end. And will we have closed captioning eventually? So now we've moved to the center bench. And here we have a brand new layer of clear glass again over top of that color. We'll sit down and we'll use a block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even all of that glass out. So yes, this tool is carved out of wood and it's kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And we're using a pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. And now this is where some of the actual blowing and glass blowing comes into play. So Sarah's blowing into the end of the pipe. Gabe is kind of guiding which way the bubble blows out by using this pad of newspaper. Okay, and we have multiple ways of heating up the glass. We will heat up the glass usually overall inside of this large open face furnace that we have in front of the bench. This is running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. This torch runs around that same temperature, but with the torch, we want to do some spot heating. We could heat up one area more than another. And now with that heat, we're able to squeeze in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and start to create basically this weak point that will break the piece off from later on. And you'll notice sometimes throughout the day we'll have things going on at both or maybe even all three of our benches, just depends on the project. Just trying to be efficient, get things done. And welcome to everyone who just joined in. We have a visiting artist today, which could we have our slideshow up on the screen, please? This is something I haven't shown off yet today, but our visiting artist is Danielle Brensinger, and she's the one in the hoodie that has these smiley faces on the arms there. And we have most of our Hot Shop team members that work here full-time at the museum on the floor as well, helping her out, bringing her visions to life. And a lot of Danielle's work is going to be inspired by and kind of bringing in some designs from her grandmother. So specifically something that she talked about and has laid out and worked on already are translating some doilies into glass, or dollies, sorry. And this is also going to pertain to the kitchen, so you see some kitchenware throughout the hot shop, like these pots that have been made. And so her work is tracing the rhythms and gestures of making, drawing on patterns of labor and care that echo across generations. And she's exploring repetition, variation, and the subtle language of process. Now, we have already gotten started on a brand new piece here at the center bench. You guys came in just as we were starting to really shape this glass. And at this point, the glass is a little bit colder, closer to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is cold for glass, by the way. And when it reaches about that temperature, the color of the glass is more true to itself. So the color you see right now should be pretty accurate to the final product. So we have some rollers set up on the bench. So instead of rolling the piece back and forth, we're just rolling in one spot. This allows us to heat up really consistently the entire center of the bubble, basically a ring around the entire bubble of heat. And we have some glass that we've been preparing over on the left bench, which we'll bring over and I assume wrap around this bubble. Yeah, we'll see how these come together. And this is why it's important to have two benches to work at the same time. Sometimes we have pieces of glass that we want to bring together. And just to give a little recap, we are going to be working on making the lid for this pot that we have on the marver here. This is this large metal table near the center of the hot shop. That's why we've been taking those measurements of the opening of this pot. Want to make sure that this lid actually nestles inside of that opening, fits properly. So we've heated up this band around the center of the bubble. We're pushing to compress the glass onto itself, creating this lip And to the few new people who joined in recently, welcome into the Hot Shop. I just want to give you all an overview as to who we have here and what we have going on. So we frequently will have visiting artists come through, and today is one of those days. This is a full residency for Danielle Brensinger, and she's the one up in the front just behind me. Everyone else on the floor is working as our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're supporting her and bringing her designs to life. And we have a slideshow going up on the screen showing off some of her previously made work. You can kind of get an idea of what she's made in the past and how she uses the glass that she creates. And this is the last day of this residency. We have a lot of finished pieces out and on display on the front table, pedestal, and also the marver, which is this metal table on the hot shop floor. And this is actually the piece that we are kind of working on right now. So we already have this overall pot, but we're creating a lid for it at the center bench right now. So we're working on a bubble. We've just compressed it to create the lip of the lid or the rim of the lid. And then we also have a piece of glass over on the left bench, but this will eventually come over and be attached to this lid at the center bench. So it's not necessarily a separate piece, just separate, I guess, a component that we'll bring into the piece. Thank you. And something that I really enjoy about Danielle's work is that she does some flame working, which if you don't know what flame working is, it's like a smaller scale glass art usually, and you use these rods of colored glass like this right here. And you can use these to create, like for example, these small designs on our pieces of glass, or for example, in the galleries, all those little itty bitty insects, all the dainty little legs are made from all these small rods of color. And speaking of flame working, we do have an entire event coming up, an entire weekend where we'll see a lot of flame working in a way. It's called Joint Venture. It'll be April 18 and 19. There will be some pipes and rigs being created for 420. And that is also done using flame working, so table mounted torch and then usually some smaller rods of glass. So now we've just brought our glass from the left bench over, which I think this is basically just a small piece of a transparent colored glass. So we're bringing over, dropping down, and then this will become basically like a handle for the lid. And I know some new people have joined here and there that I may have missed, so welcome into the hot shop for those who came in more recently. We are going to be working on the lid of a pot that's actually right here on this metal table close to the center of the hot shop. And we already have basically the overall shape of this lid, and we have our handle that we just brought over and attached. This is designed by our visiting artist, Danielle Brensinger, and she's the one who's standing closest to the front, back turned to us right now. And Danielle's been here for a full week residency since Wednesday. So this is the last day of the residency. We'll finish off as much as we can. And then we also have an artist talk that we do on the last day of our artist residency. So that'll be happening at 1 p.m. Danielle will be talking about the inspiration behind her work and about herself as an artist. So make sure you come back for that for some really nice in-depth explanations about her work. So once we finish a piece in the hot shop, we knock it off using a little bit of water in that weak point, that little cracking point. Give the pipe a tap, and usually we'll do some flame polishing, but this piece is done in terms of the hot shop. So we'll bring this over to the annealer, which sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it'll slowly cool down overnight inside of this box. It's programmed to come down every so often. And let's give them a round of applause for the first blown piece of the day. It's the first piece we put away. Thank you, everyone. So interestingly enough, when we finish pieces in the hot shop, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're completely done. All of these pieces that are finished as well are not quite done yet. They have a little bit of clear glass attached to the bottom of the piece where it was holding on to the pipe. We have to grind and polish that away, and then it's completely done. So similar with this one that we just put away, we probably have to slice or pop off a large part of that bubble so that it can actually function as a lid for the pot that we created it for. Because I know some of you guys just joined in, so that's the pot again right here on this metal table. And then it's on to the next piece. So for those who joined in more recently, I'll reintroduce who we have here and what we have going on real quick, and then I'll just hop back into the process and explaining the process as we go along. So we have visiting artist Danielle Brensinger, and she is the one over at the left bench, kind of standing, watching as we're working with this glass. Everyone else on the floor, they work for the museum. They help visiting artists that come through, like Danielle. And this is a full week residency. Whenever we have a full week residency, on the last day, we have them give an artist talk, and they talk about their design inspiration. They talk about themselves as an artist, their story. And so that's going to be happening at 1 p.m. today. This is the last day of Danielle's residency. And we just finished the lid to a pot. Just as you guys were walking in, we had knocked it off the pipe and put it away. That pot is finished here at the center bench. And again, we just made a lid for it. So apparently we're going to be making a second version of that lid. They weren't happy with the way that one turned out. Yeah, a lot of the artists that come through here usually make some artwork that's pretty experimental or maybe a little bit out there. And so we have to make multiple, or we have to prototype, kind of get the shape down, and then we'll be happy with the end product eventually. Just to point out some interesting things with these pieces, I've been getting a lot of questions as to whether this glass is functional for the kitchen. And there are different kinds of glass. So this glass is a soda lime glass. Means you cannot heat it up super quickly or cool it down super quickly. It'll break. So we would not use this like we would use a Pyrex dish at home. That makes these pieces decorational. So the center bench right here, this is the very beginning of the process. We always have to start with just this small amount of glass on the end of our pipe, and then we build layer upon layer to create bigger pieces. So we have a little gather of clear. We just melted down some color, dropped it on top. Oh, and just to point out, this is what the color looks like in the beginning when we get it shipped in. So this is called color bar, and we just break sections of it off and attach it to the end of our pipe and then melt it down and use it by layering it inside of the walls of the piece. And once we have that color, we start heating it up, pushing and rolling it back until it covers up the clear bubble. That creates that smooth layer of color across the entire piece. And this process is called a color drop or a color overlay. It's done for all of these finished pieces that we have. And then, of course, we're working on finishing the handle for the lid over on the left bench, which is what we've been seeing on the screen. It looks like they are working on the shaping beforehand this time. They'll set it aside to stay warm, and then we'll blow out the body of the lid and attach the handle later. The first time we made this lid, which was right before you guys came in, we created the body and then we just brought over a molten blob of color and we attached it on top and then shaped it. But that doesn't give you as much control over the shaping because you only just have that one chance, that one go before it starts to solidify and cool down. So once we create one half of this handle, we attach a smaller pipe to the end. We break it off of its original pipe. And by doing this, we have flipped the orientation of the piece. This is what we do for a lot of blown pieces or just pieces in general, so that we can work on both ends. Yeah, I know it's a little confusing. I know some of you guys are coming in the middle of the process as we have already gotten started, but we just finished the lid for this pot and then we're making another one because they weren't quite happy with the last one we made, which is why I keep talking about it in past tense and in present tense. Yeah, they're really good at what they do, and interestingly enough, this is all still pretty experimental, you know? It's not a common shape to make in the hot shop. Usually it's something like a vase or a cup, but... Yeah, exactly. And the patterning on these pieces is inspired by, I think it's pronounced dollies, like it's almost like they use it as like a hot pad. Oh, doilies. Okay. I think that it was just misspelled on the sheet, but yeah, doily. So we'll use this piece of equipment again, this tank with the closed door in the back there. This is the glass furnace. So each time we go in there, you'll notice our piece has this really bright glow to it. Maybe it's grown in size. We're just picking up a brand new layer of clear glass over top of whatever we already had, whether it just be the bare pipe or another layer of glass. Just building up all these layers, giving us more material to work with. And we're still finishing off that handle, it looks like, which is what we've been focusing on up on the screen. Once we finish this, we'll probably set it aside in the garage, which is a silver box right here. It stays at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a flame in the corner of it. And this is where we've been picking up our pieces of color. And this is basically like putting a piece of glass on pause when we put it in there. So we'll go into the furnace one more time. And again, this fresh molten glass is sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, just to give you an idea of the temperatures that we're working with in here. So that's basically the upper end that we want the glass to be at. It's textured a lot like honey when it's freshly out of the furnace. If it were any hotter than that, it might be more uncontrollable. It looks like we let some of that drip off. It's called a strip gather. And luckily we reuse anything that falls into that bucket. Just crush it up and throw it back into the furnace. So after getting the heat we need, we're able to start the jack line. This is a part of the process I always like to point out. So using the jacks, which are these two metal blades, we're squeezing down into the bubble off the end of the pipe. And this is creating a weak point, so we'll break the piece off from here later on. And now we can continue to blow this out and shape it into its final form. And just to point out again, the color is totally inaccurate to the final product right now. All this orange you see is just from there being so much heat that it's radiating light and glowing like lava. And welcome to those who just joined in. I'll reintroduce who we have on the floor and what we have going on real quick. And then what I usually do is I just kind of explain the process as we go along. So just to start us off, importantly, we have a visiting artist in the hot shop today, Danielle Brensinger. And she's the one kind of close to the front here, just checking out the garage for a second. Everyone else is here as our resident hot shop team, helping her bring these designs that she has to life. We do have some finished pieces on the front table and pedestal in front of you. So luckily we have some good physical examples, but we do also have a slideshow. If we could pop that up on the screen, please. So we have a slideshow to show off some of Danielle's previously made artwork and how she exhibits this artwork or displays it, kind of give you an idea of how this artwork may be displayed in the future. And the work that we're seeing for this residency seems to be heavily inspired by our visiting artist grandmother. Specifically, her grandmother's crocheted doilies. These designs have been brought into the glass in a few different ways. And then we also have been making a lot of kitchenwares. I'm sure you are able to see pots and pans. And right at this moment, we're making a lid for a pot, which we have on this table right here called the Marver. This metal table right in front of you guys. This is the second attempt for this pot lid. They weren't quite happy with the first one, but luckily we have plenty of time to finish this one. So this is interesting. So once we have this finished piece in the hot shop, it's going to look almost like a planet with a ring around the planet. And then we have to go in on a later date, and we're going to basically cut or pop off part of the bubble so that it can fit inside of the pot. Well, they still kept the one that they didn't like. They still put it away in the annealer, and they'll probably have it as a backup maybe, or something. Maybe they'll be able to use it as a lid for another pot. Huh? They can't recycle this glass because this glass has clear and colored glass layered within one piece. So it can't be used as pure color or pure clear glass anymore. Yeah, we reuse all of our clear glass though, so anytime you see us put anything inside of these metal buckets on either side of the hot shop floor, that's us putting it in like the reuse bucket. We'll crush it up and throw it back into the furnace. Yeah, we always try to save our pieces, use them for something else. So this is the handle for our pot lid that we made earlier. We bring it over on a small pipe, which this is just a temporary connection. We can break this away pretty easily with just a squeeze of a tool and a tap of the pipe. And now we can clean this up if we wish. And welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We have a visiting artist, Danielle Brensinger, and she's the one closest to the front, back turned to us at the moment. Everyone else on the floor is working for the Museum of Glass. They help visiting artists that come through. And Danielle has designed some pieces that are basically, it seems, inspired by her grandmother. And some of these are relating to doilies, where we have these really intricate, almost floral patterns on some of our pieces of glass that we finished, and as well as a lot of, well, kitchen equipment. So this right here that we're working on is going to be the lid to a pot, the pot being the one on that metal table right there called the marver. And it looks like we're getting close to finishing this lid, and then we'll put it away to slowly cool down overnight. And just like all of our pieces in the hot shop, once we finish a piece and break it off of the pipe, it's not usually completely done. Like this one, you could see it sitting on, this is actually just a little roll of blue painter's tape, but it's just to keep this small piece of clear glass centered so it can actually sit and stand. That clear glass has to be ground and polished away, and we have this clear glass here because this is where it was connected to the pipe. So a lot of our finished pieces have just these little bits that need to be cleaned up on the bottom at the very least. Meaning, again, once we finish the piece in the hot shop, it's not done overall. So at this point, we're just getting ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. So we're torching the glass right in that connection where the piece is connected to the pipe. Do we see some movement in there? Then we'll apply some water to crack that connection and pop the piece off. And usually we'll break it off at the bench, so somebody is suited up to grab the piece with the Kevlar gloves and then put it away inside of this 900-degree Fahrenheit box called the annealer, which is that large black box over on our right wall. And for those who joined in more recently, again, this is the lid to the pot that's resting on the metal table right here called the marver. So this was made on a previous date, maybe yesterday, maybe the day before. This is technically not finished, so right now it's very like acorn shaped. The entire bottom needs to be broken off so that it can actually nestle inside of the opening of that pot. But that'll have to be done when the glass is cold. So we'll break it off right now, let it cool down, and then finish that process later. We're using a file dipped in water, filing at that connection, and then with just a tap of the pipe, that piece pops away. We'll do a little flame polishing, and then set it inside of the annealer. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing another piece today. That's the second piece that we're putting inside of that box. Thank you, everyone. That was our second attempt at that lid. I think they're much happier with that second one. So yeah, just to explain real quick again, we have kind of an acorn shape. The handle of the lid is all the way up at the top. The majority of that glass below the lip of the lid is going to be popped off, quite literally popped off. They score a mark all the way around, and then they start to heat it up really quickly, and then that causes a crack to form perfectly around the entire piece, basically, and then it just pops away. So kind of a cool process. It's called hot popping. And then it's on to the next piece. It looks like we're seeing a stuff cup happen over on the left bench, which we have a view of up on the screen. So we just created a colored cup of glass. We're bringing over some solid, I assume clear glass, and we're stuffing it inside of that cup to pick up that layer of color on the very outside. Yeah, it's pretty satisfying. Yeah, basically just like this cup right here. And we do this if we want to make something solid all the way through, but we want it to appear to be fully colored, like just colored glass through and through. Then we just put that layer of color really close to the surface by picking up a cup of color. And just to reintroduce what we have going on, we have a visiting artist, Danielle Brensinger. And she's the one up in the front deliberating on our next piece with Gabe, one of our Hot Shop team members. And speaking of them, we have quite a few people on the floor today helping Danielle out. They're all working for the museum. And this is the last day of Danielle's residency. What that means is that we're going to have an artist talk at 1 p.m. We have these on the last day of the residencies. So that way the artists can actually talk about their work and their inspirations and then themselves as artists, kind of their story. So definitely stick around for that or return for that. You'll get a really nice in-depth explanation of this artwork. And could we show off the slideshow? It's okay if we can't, but. So we have a slideshow of Danielle's work that'll be playing on the screen. It'll give you an idea of how some of this work is displayed or exhibited and some works that have been made in the past. Some inspiration, some drawings. A lot of this work is based off of doilies and kitchenware, I've noticed. So we have a lot of floral patterns in this finished artwork. And thank you. So we're going to be working at both the center and the left bench. Usually when we do this, we are working on multiple components of one piece that eventually come together. That's why it's important to have two benches lit up at the same time. So for example, we'll make like the lid of the pot itself, and then we'll make the handle of the pot, and we'll bring it over and attach the two together. So we were just measuring the inside of this pot right here, which is telling me that we'll make a lid for this pot next. Well, yeah, I've gotten a lot of questions about this today, so I'll just give you the information already. But these pieces of glass are made out of soda lime glass, not something like Pyrex, which is more of like a borosilicate glass. It's really strong. So this glass, if you heat it up too quickly or cool it too quickly, it'll crack from thermal shock. So these pieces are not meant to be used in the kitchen. These are just sort of display or exhibit pieces. So the center bench, we are soon going to see the coloring process of our blown piece. We take a piece of colored glass, we melt it down completely, and then we drop it down on top of a clear bubble of glass. That's why we're holding that bubble upright. Then we go through the process of rolling, pushing that color around until it covers up the clear. This is what the color looks like when we first get it shipped in, by the way. This is called color bar. Yeah. Different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into clear glass. And could we have a view of the center bench, please, as we do the color drop? So this is called a color drop or a color overlay. So we've been heating this glass up. We start rolling it on the marver, which is that metal table, to just push and roll that color back. We're just trying to cover up the clear glass with the color so that when we blow it out, all that we see is that color close to the surface. Also, it is really hard to tell what color this will end up being. It's something where we usually just kind of have to wait and see unless we know beforehand. So we'll heat this up. We'll eventually blow it out. Once it's blown out, thinner, and it cools down, we'll be able to see the true color a lot better. So that tank in the back with the closed door is the glass furnace. We have a large ceramic crucible in the base of it just filled with clear molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the upper end of the temperatures that we're working with in here. We usually don't get anything hotter than that. Glass becomes uncontrollable. But we just gathered a fresh layer of clear. We sit down and we smooth that out using the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool. So this is just carved out of wood, kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And a couple of times today, we've seen them spray water into the furnace. The reason we do this is to break any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass. So yeah, this cycle repeats as many times as we need to make as big of a bubble as we need. We gather a layer of clear, we smooth it out, we usually expand the bubble a little bit, and then we let it cool down, and then we gather it again, and then so on. So this ends up being the longest part of the actual blowing process. The realistically longest part of making anything is actually letting it cool down. our pieces cool down for usually about 12 hours or so overnight. And that slow cooling cycle is what prevents the glass from breaking from thermal shock. Also, this is just a pipe cooler. We're just trying to get some better leverage, grab the pipe a little bit closer to the glass, so we'll set it in this trough of water. Yep, so just to give a little recap for anyone that's joined in more recently, again, we have visiting artist Danielle Brensinger, and she's the one over right here. She's setting up some marini, actually, which has this really pretty or interesting floral pattern, almost like these little daisies. We'll lay that out on a piece of kiln shelf and then slowly heat it up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll use that later on. In a similar way as this pot right here, all these floral patterns on the side that came from that glass called marini. Marini is kind of hard to explain, but basically you can layer different pieces or colors of glass together and then stretch it out into this long rod. And then once you cut that rod up, you can see the image on the inside. It can be as simple as like a little circle on the inside like this rod, where we have black on the inside of yellow, or it can be really complex like an entire flower like these right here. So basically just cutting it up, looking at the cross section, and then laying all of those little pieces out to use. So just really cool. And again, we're making the lid for this pot also. So we are going to see this bubble blown out into the lid for this pot, I assume. We've also been working on the handles for the pot lids over on the far left bench. So we're just all over the place working on as many projects as we can all at once, because this is the last day of Danielle's residency. So with the way that everyone is gathered around the center bench, this means that we have all the glass we need for this bubble. We'll start to blow it out and actually shape it into our lid now. First things first, we always block the glass, maybe once or twice before we blow the bubble out. The block being that wooden spoon-shaped tool. And then using this pad of newspaper, we're able to guide which way we want the bubble to blow out as Trent blows into the end of the pipe. So using the jacks, these two metal blades in Gabe's hand right now, we're squeezing down and creating a weak point, or basically a breaking point. We'll take the entire piece off from here later on. And first thing we do is we blow it out to basically the entire width that we need the pot lid to be. So we're trying to hit really close to that exact size so that it fits perfectly inside of this opening here, which for those who just joined in, of course, we're making the lid for this pot right here on the front table. So this is a bubble of glass that's blown out, and we're going to eventually heat up kind of a band of glass in the center and compress it onto itself so that it forms the lip of the lid. It's a really interesting process to watch. You'll see it happen or play out in front of you pretty soon. But we're still just trying to get it to close to the exact size before we move on to those details like the handle of the lid and the lip of the lid. And welcome to those who joined in. We have a visiting artist, Danielle Brensinger. She's the one who's closest to the right side of the hot shop at the moment. She's a designer and creator of all of these pieces that are laid out in front of you on the table and pedestal. And we're going to see some glass, kind of similar to the one on the pedestal later, where we have this repeating flower pattern. This patterning is laid out right here on this piece of kiln shelf. It's really pretty and interesting. Basically a cross-sectional piece of glass that has that flower within it. And right now, we're creating the lid for the pot on the pedestal as well. So we're making sure to hit basically an exact size so that this lid fits perfectly snug or nesting inside of the opening of this pot. And this is the last day of Danielle's residency, so we'll have an artist talk at 1 p.m. It's coming up pretty soon, where Danielle will talk about her work and her inspirations and then herself as an artist, you know, her story in a lot better depth than I can. So this is the size that we need. Now we can start on those other details such as the lip of the lid and the handle of the lid. So to create that lip that actually comes out and supports the lid around the rim of the pot, we heat up a band of glass all the way around the entire side of the bubble. And to do this evenly, we set up some rollers on the bench. So instead of rolling the piece back and forth, we're instead just spinning in one spot. So really even, direct heating with this up to 5,000 degree Fahrenheit torch. That's how hot this little handheld torch is. I know, shocking. It's running off of propane and oxygen, so that oxygen really brings up that temperature. This will be done multiple times, and then they'll actually start to compress the glass onto itself, and that'll create that fold or that lip. So while we're heating up that small band of glass as well, we do worry about other parts of the glass cooling down, especially where the glass is connected to the pipe. This is the last thing going into the heat of the furnace, first thing coming out. The pipe is sucking heat out of the glass, and if it drops too far below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then it'll start to crack and break. And I know that sounds like a really high temperature, but at that temperature, the glass is solid. And there's usually not really a lot of glow to it or anything either. So we can tell based off how much color's in the glass, how much it's moving, that we need to heat it up again. So while they're heating this glass, I don't know if you noticed, but they're also spinning the pipe pretty quickly. This is creating centrifugal force. It's pulling, or I guess spinning that glass outward, and that's starting that fold outward that we're looking for. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. And for anyone who more recently joined in that I may have missed, we are working on the lid to one of these pots right now, which has been designed by our visiting artist, Danielle Brensinger. She's the one in kind of the front here, wearing all black. We are going to be finishing this lid pretty soon. And it's interesting. It's going to look almost acorn-like when it's finished in the hot shop. But what we do is we will pop off a large portion of this glass until all that remains is just the section of the lid that we want to rest on this pot here. Yeah, it's through a method called hot popping. It's really cool. So you score a mark all the way around the piece, and then you just start heating it with the torch. Spinning it, heating it, spinning it, heating it. The rest of the piece is room temperature. The entire thing's room temperature. You're just heating that one score mark, and then all of a sudden, pop. There's a crack that forms around the entire piece all at once, and then you have basically this really clean break all the way around the piece. It's really perfect and smooth. It's called hot popping. Yeah, I know. I wish we could show off more of the cold working techniques. It's really interesting. Cold working is as it sounds. You work with the glass cold, which is room temperature, versus the hot shop, you work with the glass hot. So that could include grinding and cutting, hot popping, sandblasting, acid etching. So many different things are done when the glass is cold. So now all that we have left is attaching the handle to the top of the lid, or what will be the top of the lid, and then maybe some final little touches, and then we'll break it off and put it away. But yeah, you can see it kind of very acorn-like right now. A lot of that glass will be popped off. So after heating up just the connection point where we're going to be connecting that handle, we bring that over on a small pipe. And this small pipe is a temporary connection. We'll be breaking that off eventually. So I did want to share one more time because some new groups joined in a little bit later. We always have an artist talk on the last day of a visiting artist residency, which is today. So Danielle is going to be talking about her work and her inspiration and herself as an artist at about 1 p.m. Sometimes we'll decide to have it a little bit earlier or later, so I'll make sure to keep you guys updated on the exact time, but it's usually just about 1 p.m. when we finish a piece. So definitely stick around for that or come back for that, because she's going to be able to go into a lot more depth about her work and herself as an artist than I can, and you will understand the story behind these pieces. So that box is where we're going to be putting the finished piece. That was just a ring that we're going to be setting the piece inside of. We want to make sure it's not cold when it touches the glass, so we preheated it just a little bit. Yeah, that box sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Again, just kind of a happy medium temperature for the glass. And then it'll slowly come down from that temperature to room temperature for about 12 hours or so. A really controlled cooling cycle. So we cut it, kind of weaken that connection, and pretty soon here, to fully break the piece off, we'll apply some water, and that's going to thermally shock, crack that connection. We just tap the pipe and then it pops right off into those Kevlar gloves. So we apply some water with a file. And then a tap of the pipe. We'll flame polish the end, and then we'll put this piece away. And let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Thank you, everyone. So that is the third piece that we've put away now inside of our annealer. And usually it's just right on to the next piece. I'll check in and see if we're going to be doing something small or if we're going to be having our artist talk pretty soon. Okay, so we're just going to do a small little bit of prep work to fill in that small 15 minutes of time that we have before our artist talk. So we'll make a handle for our next pot and lid. And yeah, just in case you guys couldn't hear Gabe in the back or anywhere else, we're going to be making another pot that's kind of like this one here with the side handle. And it's going to have a Marini pattern on the sides of the piece, like this piece right here. And I don't know, do we have a slide for Marini that we can show off, kind of give them a better idea of how this is created? So I really want to describe what Marini is to you guys real quick. I think it's a really interesting topic and way of working with the glass. But you basically can layer different colors or rods of color together, and then you heat this up and pull it into a smaller rod, kind of like this right here. And then when you cut it, you see the cross section of the glass. This one, you cut it and you have black in the center and yellow on the outside, which they were using for eyes the other day. So this one's a pretty simple shape, just round. But these flowers were made in that similar way where they layered all these petals together, stretched the entire thing out, and then cut it to get hundreds of little flowers. So we have all of those laid out right here in the front. We'll heat it up on a piece of kiln shelf, and then we'll roll it up on the outside of our piece. Thank you. And so yeah, we're going to be working at the left bench, I assume, making that small handle. And then we'll set that aside to stay warm, and then we'll have our artist talk. And this is a good time if you guys have any questions, to ask questions about the process. Eventually you'll be able to ask Danielle questions about her work as well. And turns out we'll see something small at the center bench too. They'll be blowing a stuff cup or a color cup, which is just like this right here. Kind of is as it sounds. It's a colored cup of glass. And the way we use it is we stuff another bubble of glass inside or clear solid glass inside to pick it up. And then we basically have this layer of color really close to the surface of our piece. So that'll happen at the center bench, and then again we're going to see a small handle made over on the left bench. And for those who just joined in more recently, we just created the lid to this pot right here. We finished that, and we're moving on to doing a little bit of prep work for the next pot and lid designed by our visiting artist, Danielle Brensinger. And she's the one in the back over on the left there, with the glasses on her head. Oh yeah, I've been getting that question a lot today. These pieces are made from soda lime glass, which most hot shops use, if not all, meaning that they can't be used as real cookware, so they're just display items. And yeah, it's interesting. So soda lime glass, soda ash, limestone, silica sand, it has a lower melting point and it can't handle those extreme temperature changes. Meanwhile, things like Pyrex are made out of borosilicate, which is a really high melting point glass. Yeah, the cooling time of the piece depends on the thickness of the glass usually. So if the piece is just solid sculptural glass, That's usually going to take a little bit longer, like 2 days or so to cool down properly. Meanwhile, normal blown glass is usually just going to be about 12 hours, so we should be able to see the finished pieces from today tomorrow. Also, something interesting to point out, I can tie in a lot of things from this residency, a lot of the ways they've been working with the glass, to an event that's happening next weekend, which next weekend is joint venture. We're going to be having some pipe makers on the floor. They're going to be making rigs, pipes, all sorts of things for the entire weekend because it's right next to 420. And they work with that borosilicate glass on these table-mounted torches. Some of them are really big torches, and they're making these really like complex pipes that's like an entire whale, for example. I've seen some really impressive stuff. But yeah, they're working with that scientific glass, and they are working kind of smaller scale, like they did for some of the designs on these pieces here, all of those little white pieces of glass. Most of those were made using these small rods of colored glass with a table-mounted torch. It's called flame working. And since a lot of new people have joined in more recently, I'll just kind of give a recap. We're doing a little bit of prep work for some pieces that we're going to see after lunch. These pieces have been designed by our visiting artist, Danielle Brensinger, and she's the one over on the far left side of the hot shop right now. Everyone else on the floor is just helping bring her visions and her designs to life. And this piece that we're working on at the center bench here is a small blown cup of colored glass, kind of like this right here. We'll pick it up later on and use it to get color in our entire finished product. And we also are working on a handle for the lid of a pot over on the left bench. So a couple of small things going on at the same time. We'll have our artist talk just at about 1 p.m. when we finish these pieces, and then we'll see them actually put together that pot and lid later on. So this is what we do for a lot of blown pieces. We actually haven't seen it very much today, but usually we'll work on one half of the piece, usually the lower half of the blown piece. We'll attach a second pipe like we just did, and then we break it away from the first pipe, and that flips the orientation of the piece so we can work on the opposite end. So this is when we start heating up the opening. We'll start to basically unfurl it from itself, open it up to these nice straight walls. All of these pieces that we're finishing right now, this cup of colored glass and the handle, they'll both be set aside in the garage, which is a silver box right here, just to keep it nice and warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we have our artist talk, and then we'll be able to pull them out and continue working with them later. So we have opened that cup up. We've been preparing to break it off by heating up that connection point quite a bit. And then we'll knock it off. It looks like we're actually taking this color cup over to the annealer, so we'll let it cool down overnight. And that means that we won't be using this during this residency at all. It's just a little bit of prep work in general so they can use this cup on a later day. So now that cup will be able to slowly cool down in there overnight. And we're just finishing off our handle over on the left bench. And again, in just a moment here, we're going to have our artist talk, which means I'll be passing off the mic pretty soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Museum of Glass. In a few minutes, we're going to have our visiting artist talk. So she'll be up here in a few minutes, just taking a little break. So yeah, if you just hold in your seats, we're going to start in a few minutes. Thank you.
Is this going to interfere with the other microphone? Is this going to interfere with that microphone?
That's just backup. We're going to use this one, but that's just
Okay.
Ready?
No. But I guess I don't have a choice.
It'll be fine. This always goes great. They're invested in your success.
You ready?
All right. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Museum of Glass. My name is Jabari Owens Bailey. I'm a curatorial education program manager here at Museum of Glass. And today we are going to have a artist talk by Danielle Brensinger, who submitted a project to our competitive pool of 2026 visiting artists. She is a contemporary glass artist, instructor, and fabricator whose work investigates craft, form, and narrative through glass and mixed media. She earned her BFA from Tyler School of Art at Temple and also completed her MFA at California State University, San Bernardino in 2023. Her work traces the rhythms and gestures of making, drawing, and patterns of labor and care that echo across generations. Through glass, she explores repetition, variation, and the subtle language of process, revealing the connections between material, maker, and memory. Based in Los Angeles, she co-runs Second Best Studio, producing work for artists and designers while advancing her own personal studio practice. We feel very fortunate today to have her to be able to talk about her practice. So without further ado, Danielle Brensinger.
Hi. Thank you. Very grateful to be here. Very grateful to be chosen for this residency. This is me on my first birthday, obviously enjoying the cake that I'm eating. I like to start with this just to sort of break the ice and not take myself so seriously. But I started blowing glass in an undergrad in Tyler School of Art, and then I immediately went to glassblowing production. So this is not my work, but this is work that I have made for other people. And I like to start with this because, much like the people who are on this floor regularly, I am a fabricator for other people. So this is just some of the work and some of the people that I have worked for over the years. And then in late 2019, I moved to LA to pursue my master's. And this is my current studio that I have with my partner. It's called Second Best Studio in Los Angeles. We have everything in-house but a hot shop. So we fabricate a lot of kiln cast glass, a lot of flame worked. My flame working station is in the upper left there with 3 dog beds for 1 dog. We have a full cold shop, a bunch of kilns, a mold making studio, and some wood and metal fabrication for when we need it. This is some of the work that I currently make for other artists. I work for an artist called Max Hooper Schneider, and I make a lot of these flame worked mushrooms. Currently I do a lot of flame working. Working for him. We also cast these uranium doughboys for him that get turned into these terrariums. And again, I'm just showing you all of this to show that I make work for other people. So focusing on my practice, my personal practice is a newer thing for me. This is also another artist that I work for, Kelly Akashi. These smaller spheres where they started, and then we went larger to about 23 inches. These are all flame worked 3mm glass. Another one. Myself, I've always thought of myself as a utilitarian object maker. I really like making functional ware. So I make a lot of nesting bowls and houseware, and I think that really started out of working for other designers and focusing on the lighting industry when I lived in New York. So I really like making practical objects. These are some of my earlier works that are about 14 inches tall, these moonshine jugs, and sort of mixing that with traditional cut crystal. Really thinking about my Nana and Pop-Up having moonshine jugs in the basement and what was on display in terms of like cut crystal. So thinking of the differences there versus what's taboo and what's not. And then I really started exploring decoration a lot more. This is a 15-inch hinged filigree egg, all flame worked, all glass. So I really started experimenting with pattern and delicacy and sinking an absurd amount of time into the objects that I make. In 2020, I started my master's degree, and this is one of the first pieces that I started working with. I was really focusing on tension and sort of making people uncomfortable with my work. So focusing on bodily works and also tension. This is hanging about 10 feet from the ceiling in these 4mm flame-worked spheres that branch towards this pendulum. And California is known for earthquakes. So this made the gallery operator very nervous in the event that there was an earthquake and the pendulum would slam into the glass, but that's just part of it for me. In the program that I went to is a 3-year program. The summer before my 3rd year, before my thesis, I got COVID for the first and only time. And I had a lot of memory issues that came along with that. And I sort of came back to the studio, back to my 3rd year, reading my notes from a 3rd-person perspective. It was really dissociating, so I started sort of making chain out of habit, and I was researching a lot of memory through making, and I learned to crochet at a really young age, so I was just thinking of how my hands move and how like the memory of my body can just make this object without me having to physically pay attention to it. So I made 8 seasons worth. Whoop. I think we lost the picture. But all of this chain took me about 8 seasons worth of the X-Files to make, and that's really the only metric I have for it. It's approximately 500-ish feet when laid end to end. This piece spans 30 feet in the gallery by 4 foot across, and each chain section is around 7 foot from the ceiling. So it's all 3mm flame-worked chain with these suspension pieces. And I sort of made these distortion panels as well to go along with it. These are 22 by 44. They're all borosilicate glass and resin. And my work just became very clear and very hard to photograph. So I started working with all of these just as repetition and habit and focusing on that sort of memory through making with your hands. This was the longest piece of chain in the gallery that spanned from the floor, looped around a finger from a cast hand that was on the wall and over this pulley that was on the ceiling, and then it was hanging just by this weight. So this piece was all under tension. There were no true anchor points. If anything snapped, the whole thing would have come down. And obviously I don't have a 40-foot gallery space to mock some work up, so I use CAD programs a lot to mock up some work in proposal for other galleries, and then rendering them a little bit for the gallery so they can see a little bit more of what they're expecting. And that led to this 15-foot by 23-inch diameter column that I had in a show in LA. So still working with chain, still working with all of this repetition, still spending hundreds of hours just sitting at a flame working torch. And then last year I had the Pilchuck School. I got their emerging artist residency, so I spent 6 weeks focusing on sort of the memory of touch and still working with memory and nostalgia, focusing on making these molds that I then cast in glass. So thinking of the way that you interact with water and how to freeze that moment of touch and hold that object in a precious way versus just trying to lock in that memory. A few more of those. And then I really started my doily work also last year. I had the fellowship at WheatonArts in New Jersey. So I spent 6 weeks with a teeny tiny torch just drawing these patterns. And I was also at home a lot because I'm from the East Coast. I'm from Pennsylvania. So I was just walking around my grandma's house and my mom's house looking at all of these pieces that were made either by my grandmother or my great-grandmother. We're not even really sure who made them. But we just have these boxes, and they're almost covering every surface in all of these houses. So I really just started thinking about pattern, and again that memory of stitching like I would with chain making. So I started sort of stitching glass together in these doily patterns, and focusing on that, replicating these patterns in the way that I know how with glass. And again, making it very difficult to see because I like clear glass a lot. So it makes it a little bit more difficult. But then I started taking these objects. These are all borosilicate, so they're closer to a Pyrex glass in general. But then I started slumping them over other forms to get that ghost image or memory of the touch of the object rather than just having a flat panel. My grandmother's version and my version. And then slumping that over plaster forms to get the memory of the touch when that object is sort of on its own. This was my largest panel, this wheat pattern that we've been working with a lot this week. This was the first iteration of it, and I think they are very beautiful objects as flat pieces. But that wasn't really the point of this residency. It was a lot of experimentation. So then I did also take this and slump it over a form of a tabletop. So this is now about 16 inches across, slumped, and sort of focusing on those shadows. This is an opalescent white glass, so sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not, but really focusing on those shadows and that delicacy of the pattern. I also dabble in neon, so again, I'm still working with the same motifs and sort of that same memory of nostalgia. This was just in a piece in LA at the end of last year. And working with those same motifs with a falling leaf pattern and focusing on that memory of nostalgia of what candy was left in my grandma's house. And this sort of hit notes for a lot of people because it's a recognizable thing. I started also playing with these forms in Marini and lace working with horizontal cane, so rolling that up and seeing how I could get these lines and patterns to translate into the hot shop also, which is where we are now with this residency. We made these pieces in the beginning and we've been picking them up. So it's been really just about focusing on this pattern and focusing on these forms and just nailing everything in with sort of that memories of my grandparents' house. Thank you. Am I supposed to ask her questions? Does anyone have any questions? My dog's name is Ripley. She's a 5-year-old Staffy Pit mix. So I think I'm seeking the delicacy of the line, which can be hard to translate in glass a lot. So I'm really trying to seek that delicacy on larger scale objects. And I notice a lot of the correlation in the way that I make those patterns also in terms of stitching and laying in the pattern with the glass. A lot of it has to be simplified to translate it into glass. But yeah, I'm really focusing on sort of that delicacy. My work is not on display yet. As part of this residency, they collect a piece. So one of my pieces from this residency will be in the new wing of the museum.
What are the logistics of transporting some of your larger pieces that are like very delicate shape?
I got very good at packing. It's a lot of cotton batting, a lot of foam. But yeah, the logistics are not cheap. Ooh, good question. So the question was what attracts me to glass, and it's hard. It's a real pain sometimes, and I think that was my initial attraction to it, that it's hard and I want to be good at this thing. So yeah, and it's hot, and now it's my medium, it's what I know, it's what I'm comfortable in. Okay, thank you.
Most recently, I've been delving back into my own practice. I got my master's and I've been really focusing on my own work. So I think of myself as a utilitarian object maker in a lot of ways. I am an artist, but I also like functional work. I've always thought of myself as a fabricator rather than an artist. For the bulk of my career, I was a production glassblower, and even now I have a studio where I make art for other artists. And I come from a history of lace makers, so recently I've started practicing lace making with glass because that is my medium, that's what I know. So really transforming those objects into decorative artistic sculptures rather than just something you would see in a house. So my grandmother, my great-grandmother all made crocheted doilies. So rather than like tatting, which is traditional lace making, it's just crocheted but with a really small thread and a hook of just like making decorative pattern with thread. So that sort of started out of mindfulness through making. I made a lot of chain for my master's thesis exhibition. So I was just focusing on like meditative practices through motion, and that's sort of how I think of crocheted work also. So when I had a recent residency at WheatonArts in New Jersey, I really started focusing on the flame worked aspect of that and sort of thinking of that glass as thread and meditation through just making these patterns repetitiously for hundreds of hours. That we're using is Duro, so it's a super stiff white. It holds its line. If we were to use a different white, then that line would blur out or fade. So we're using Marco Blanco Duro in order to keep that line really crisp, and we're definitely learning a lot. It's a very stiff color. The clear is very soft, the white is very stiff, so just figuring out how to make more decorative patterning rather than just pulling lines with Marco Blanco and actually blowing it is kind of been a wild process, but luckily I have this team here to rely on their expertise. It's definitely been a learning process, and I think for all of us too. I know Gavis said that they don't do a lot of Duro, aside from like the traditional sort of like cane, filigrana, or like granulare. I mean, I think as a glassmaker, it's sort of like this residency and the Corning residency are sort of seen as like pinnacle residencies in a lot of ways, especially with this one because you get the whole hot shop team, you get to blow glass in the cone, it's very iconic. And I honestly didn't think I had a shot. I just sort of was like, I'm applying to residencies and this is one I want, so I'm gonna shoot my shot. I have a plan for it, and this is what I want. And I got it, so almost fainted, but I'm very, still having a little bit of imposter syndrome, but I feel very confident down there with the work and what's happening.
Hi, I'm Zane Scott. I am a programs manager at Hilltop Artists, and I am born and raised in Tacoma, Washington.
I'm Katie. I'm from Tacoma, and I've been in the Hilltop Artists program for 2 years now.
We're here at the Museum of Glass for our annual Hilltop Artist Residency. We're making centerpieces for our Better Futures Luncheon, which is our big fundraiser for the year. This year is a little special. It's Hilltop's 30th anniversary, so we're making mica bottles to commemorate the original Hilltop crew making bottles, and hopefully the mica sparkles will make them a little bit special.
I really like the design this year. The bottles are super like elegant, and there's a lot of variation in the shapes. It's really fun. It's like a great way to meet a lot of people. We all have a great time when we're working. So the program has helped a lot of kids over the years kind of find an outlet for themselves. It's great to, even if you're not like wanting to be a glassblower in life, it's great because it teaches you all like life skills that you're gonna need.
It's really rewarding. I see myself in all the students, so going back and trying to give them all the pointers that I felt like really helped me grow up and become more mature and responsible and confident. Being with so many like instructors and so many kids that are like, they're in the same place as you, they're just trying to learn new things. It's a super nice way to grow. Katie has been a great student, spent the last year on the flame working side of production and is now switched over to the glass blowing side for this year and is already exceeding, is one of like a great student, super kind, super helpful. Yeah, it's super comforting to know that if this is the path I want to take in life, that there's a good transition between that. Yeah, working with the museum has been, I would say, almost life-changing. It's working with them is seeing the best of the best and seeing how it's done, and seeing it like local too is really cool as for a local kid to see that like you have some of the best in your neighborhood, your backyard to go check out and learn from, and they're all so cool and kind, and I've learned so much as a glass blower and a person, and I also think the team learns from the students and they keep them young, and it's just a fun learning experience for everyone. You can do a lot. Like there's a lot that you can do here, and just believe in yourself and you'll be all right.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV. DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the organic, those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses 2 pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet. We only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history.
Yeah, I want to go from the balconies there.
The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Pulling. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork. And then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part. And then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it. Take.
Yay, Sarah, that's a great one.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum. From developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas, and that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful condition, you know?
No. Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cat? I could have kept it more. I'm gonna need some rabbage. Remy. Call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? This is right now. Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame working stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic. And then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's it's not funky enough, So making it a little more funky, adding this crazy wild pattern and some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit. And then some elements are still straight, it's straight here and straight here, but it's a little funky in there. And then you
still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
And the background, is that paint or is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color. So the first color type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing, you know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 20, 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadisa de Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that, And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pour surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together, so as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, And we're gonna do the long pull up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick.
a little thick.
Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone.
Yeah, just score it.
Don't worry, these videos will pause pretty soon. And we're just about to get started on the hot shop floor here.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice.
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for poles, these are good too.
Sweet.
Yeah, if anyone can hear me, please turn off the videos.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. Two gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This smallish thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I'm just. So, 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got two gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then we know.
All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So we have a visiting artist on our hot shop floor today, Danielle Brensinger, and she was the one, I was just chatting with her a moment ago, right in front of the garage. She's the one walking across the hot shop floor at this moment. And yeah, we are going to get started on a new project, which is similar to this pot right here on the front table, the one with the side handle. We already have some components for this already created. We already have the concept for this piece, so you're going to see us make that, and also a lid for that pot. We are going to see some really interesting techniques, such as the way that they got the flowers on the side of this pot right here. We're going to see that same patterning on this piece. And this is all going to start over on the left bench, which we have a view of up on the screen right now. Now, our visiting artist has been here for a full week residency. This is the last day, so we'll get done as much as we can in these next few hours. And yeah, what I usually do is I'll just kind of follow the process along as we go. And of course, feel free to ask any questions that you have throughout as well. So it looks like we will get started with the creation of the body of the pot first. We already have the handle. We already have the pattern laid out, which is right here on this piece of kiln shelf. And I want to talk about this patterning. It's really interesting. It's called Marini. These individual little pieces of glass are cross-sectional pieces of a longer rod of glass. And that rod had that flower pattern inside of it. And this is called Marini. And could we have the slide of Marini up on the screen, please? Yeah, we have some diagrams, we have some image examples, so I just want to make sure to give you guys a good idea of what you can create with Marini. So these ones specifically, they took rods of colored glass, bound them together, heated up the glass, and then stretched it out into a smaller rod again before cutting it up to reveal that cross section, which shows off all the little dots of rods of color. So it's just one of many examples. Again, this one is like a daisy, so we have a bunch of individual white petals. And whenever we have visiting artists come through, I don't know if I mentioned this already, we have our resident hot shop team here ready to help them out with their projects. So the majority of the people you see on the floor work here full time at the museum, and you'll see them pretty frequently if you come in frequently. They'll help all visiting artists that come through and work on a variety of other projects as well. Now to get color on the glass, we melt down a small section or piece of colored glass, drop it onto a clear bubble of glass. And just to show this off, this is what the colored glass looks like when we first get it shipped in. This is called color bar. So just solid colored glass through and through. This is probably a transparent color. It's just so rich you can't see through it. Oh yeah, just to answer a question I've been getting a lot today. I've been getting a lot of questions about whether these will actually be used as cookware. And our visiting artist does like to make functional glass art, but these pieces are made out of a soda lime glass, which is the glass that hot shops use, meaning that they have a lower melting point, the glass does. So it can't handle that extreme temperature change, and it can't be used in a kitchen like a Pyrex dish. So these ones are not going to be used in the kitchen. They're display items. And interestingly enough, all of these pieces are technically not finished. They have a little extra glass on the bottom of them where it was connected to the pipe that needs to be ground and polished away. And anyone's welcome to come and take a closer look at these if they want. Come down to the front of the stairs and take a peek. I get that question a lot too. How do we know when the glass is hot enough to do what we want with it? Whether that be, like right now, we're trying to push and roll that color back. We oftentimes will look for movement in the glass. So if we turn really slowly, the glass will start to fall off center, basically, and that will tell us how malleable it is. Or sometimes we'll look for color too. How orange is it glowing? Yeah, exactly. Just blowing some compressed air on the glass will cool it down, almost like blowing on a hot piece of food. And just to point out this really important piece of equipment right here, this is the garage. This is where the handle for the pot that we created before lunch is resting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This box just keeps everything we put in it at that temperature. We also put, you remember that tray that we had here with some of these pieces of marini? We put that on the end of like this metal fork inside of that box as well to preheat it to that same temperature. All the glass has to be at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit to heat it up and start melting it, or to start cooling it down to room temperature as well. It's kind of an in-between temperature. And just in case some new people have joined here and there, I do want to give just a quick little recap. And while I talk about what we have going on, could we also have Danielle's slideshow on the screen, please? Thank you. So I don't think that a lot of you have had the chance to see this quite yet. So on the screen, there's a slideshow going, showing off some of our visiting artists' previously made work and the way that she displays some of this finished work. And again, we have Danielle Brensinger in here. She's the one closest to the front right now, just behind me. And she was here for a full week residency, so Wednesday to today. We are finishing off some pots today, so we'll specifically be making this side-handled pot and a lid for that pot as well. Kind of like these sketches show. A lot of these designs are inspired by her grandmother, where she had a lot of doilies in the kitchen and would place the pots on the doilies and the way that those two objects would interact. So she's bringing those floral doily patterns into the glass. That's where that white and that sort of laciness or floralness is coming from. So this tank with the closed door that we went inside of is actually the glass furnace itself, where we're getting the molten glass to begin with. So anytime we go in there, we're getting a new layer of glass over top of either the end of our pipe or the glass that we already have on the pipe. And the glass is sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's kind of the upper end of the temperatures we're working with in here. And it's all just clear glass from that tank. That's why we had to apply that layer of colored glass. Yeah, glass blowing is very much a team effort. It's really hard to make anything on your own. You can make things up to a certain point, or you can make certain things like an ornament or a paperweight or maybe a small cup. But for these larger projects, you'll see 3 or 4 people working all together at once. Someone's blowing in the end of the pipe, someone's sitting at the bench shaping the glass, someone's shielding them from the heat coming off of the glass. That's already 3 people. If the piece is really heavy, they need to have an additional person helping turn the pipe. So it just depends on the project, but usually you will see teams of 3 or 4 people. I'm going to talk about this, just in case anyone else is curious. So luckily, I could kind of tie this into our visiting artist. Our visiting artist has done a lot of flame working, which is like a smaller scale glass art using these rods of glass. And there's different kinds of glass that you work with on that smaller scale, of course. I think the ones out there, they use these small rods of colored glass to create the insects and the flowers, and then they apparently, this is what I was told, they apparently put molten clear glass and then they throw those objects in there and then they vacuum the glass, like a vacuum chamber. So there's no air pockets, nothing. And you can actually see the layers if you look close enough, just like almost a light little dusting of where those layers connect. But yeah, really interesting. So the bucket's filled with water, and the wooden spoon-shaped tool that we were just using a moment ago, this is called a block. Again, it is carved out of wood, so we keep it soaking in water to help prevent it from burning, but it's just to smooth and round that glass out. Don't worry, nobody's missing anything important with this one. This is just a pipe cooler. We just set the pipe into a trough of water. It is kind of cool to sit in the front row there, though. The glass is like this far away from you. You can feel all the radiant heat coming off of it. So this cycle repeats as many times as we need until we have enough mass to blow out and actually work with for our piece, letting it cool down, gathering another layer of clear, and then using the block to smooth it out again. So this bucket we will do strip gathers into. A strip gather is just a partial layer of clear. You could think of it like that. Anything that goes in this bucket, we eventually crush up, throw back into the furnace, and completely reuse it. So this is a new tool right here. This pad is actually just folded up newspaper that we have usually splashed or soaked with water. And we use this to conform to the shape of our hand. It's as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. Can we refresh the closed captioning, possibly? So we just pulled out that tray of Marini, which, just in case you don't remember that term, they're all those little white daisies that we have laid out on that tray. We're going to pick them up just like we did for this piece right here. So that's why we took this bubble and we shaped it into a little bit more of a cylindrical shape. We want them to roll over top of all of those individual flowers and pick them up along the side of the bubble so they make good contact. They stick. We want them to stick. So we have to heat up that glass enough that it's going to move a little bit, that it's going to stick to the side of the bubble, but we have to be careful not to heat it so much that it like melts or sticks to the plate that it's on. So it's a little bit of a delicate balance. They heat it up a little bit, they take it out, they've just rotated the tray for even heating, and they'll heat it up a little bit further. And it looks like we'll do this over at the left bench. So we'll push that bubble down onto our flowers. We can see this pretty well up on the screen. There we go, perfect. So it looks like they did heat just enough that they started to stick to the tray. So we're just being quick, making sure we pick up some of them. We'll probably go for a second pass. All right, we're going back over for our second try. So now we have all of our flowers. We'll be able to start heating this up and blowing it out, turning it into our pot. And since they were having issues with some things sticking to that piece of kiln shelf, they'll use a Dremel and they'll take any bits of kiln shelf off that may have stuck to the pieces of glass. Also, I do believe this glass is something special. If you look at this finished piece right here, you can see that the design is obviously very raised across the entire surface of the piece. It's not like they picked it up and then it just blew out with the rest of the glass. It actually kept its shape and it stayed kind of solid. So this is a special glass called Duro, and it has a really high amount of, I think it was something like a clay basically inside of that glass. And so it's a lot harder than regular just soft glass that we use in the hot shop. And it won't blow out, it won't stretch. So we use it for detail work, we use it for cane work, which cane are these sticks of colored glass, so basically striping in the piece, as you might imagine. And welcome into the hot shop to anyone who recently joined in and just joined in. I just want to give a little recap, talk about who we have here and what we have going on, make sure everyone's caught up. So we have a visiting artist today, Danielle Brensinger, and she's the one over on the right side of the hot shop, kind of close to us and leaning on the middle table there. We have had her for a full residency from Wednesday all the way through today. So last day, sad, but we're going to finish off as much as we can. And everyone else on the floor, they work for the museum. They'll help visiting artists that come through and bring their designs to life. And these pieces that we're working on are inspired by kind of our visiting artists' grandmother's doilies and kitchen. So we have a lot of cookware, like we are currently working on a pot, much like this one with this side handle. This pot is going to have a design much like this piece right here, which you can actually already see the flowers on this bubble of glass that we're working with right now. So we have all the glass we need for the body of this pot. We just need to start blowing it out and turning it into its final form. First thing we do, we heat up the glass. We really start to compress that design. We just want to make sure that it's smooth and flush with the surface of the bubble. And then we can start actually blowing it out. So we're actually really starting to expand this bubble now, blowing it out and guiding which way the bubble blows out by using that pad of newspaper. And next we start preparing for the jack line. So using these two metal blades called the jacks, we are going to create basically a weak point or a breaking point right off the end of the pipe to take the piece off later on. So we squeeze down into the bubble. And this is when we really start to use these wooden paddles as shields. There's a lot of radiant heat coming off of the glass. It's somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit at any point in time when we're working with it. So to start getting that more square shape, we are using two wooden paddles, pushing in the side and the bottom of the piece at the same time. And it's pretty common to shape the piece by using a tool on the side and at the bottom at the same time, just so that the glass gets pushed into this nice sharp corner on the bottom. If you just push from one direction, it's going to push out the other way instead, so you have to really force that glass to be geometric. It wants to be round. And for those who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop. we have a visiting artist, Danielle Brensinger, and she is the one over closer to the right here at the center bench holding a wooden paddle. We are working on specifically a pot with this shape where we have this handle coming off to the side, but we're going to be making it with this floral pattern, which you can already see on the piece once we bring it back to the bench. So yeah, we're continuing this sort of kitchenware design set. We've also been making a lot of lids for these pots today, so we will be making a lid for this pot once we finish it and open it up and put it away. And yeah, you guys came in at a good time because we have just gotten into the shaping of this glass. We're just now starting to form the bottom of the pot. So after heating up the bottom again, we are using these two wooden blades on the side of the piece, wooden paddle on the bottom. We're doing that same thing, pushing it into a nice crisp corner. So next we bring over another pipe with some clear glass on the end as an attachment. This is kind of in the shape of a crown. It's the best way to describe it. So we attach that to the bottom, and then we end up having this air pocket right there in that connection. And this just makes it, I think, so that it breaks off cleaner with no chance of it breaking the bottom of the piece off. And this connection is remaining on all of these finished pieces, you'll notice. This is something that has to be ground and polished away on a later date. So we broke the piece away just using a little bit of water and a tap of the pipe. And by doing all of that, we now can start working on the opposite end and start opening up this pot. Yeah, this is how most blown pieces are made. Usually we start from the bottom of the piece. We flatten the bottom of the piece, whether it's like a cup or a vase or a bowl. We attach that second pipe, and then we break it off, and then we can start opening up the top. So pretty much same process no matter the blown piece. It's usually there's one way to do things. And just in case anyone has not seen this before or is curious, this box over on the right wall where we keep putting small things away, that's the annealer, and it's where we're putting all of our finished pieces to cool down overnight. So it's sitting currently at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with just a press of a button, it'll slowly tick down ever so often for about 12 hours. It's a really controlled cooling cycle to prevent thermal shock. So that's where we'll be putting this finished piece eventually. Yeah, so we're just slowly opening this up bit by bit. We are continuing to use our wooden tools to do this, which if you don't already know, the wooden blades that we're using, these are called pachofis. Sometimes we'll use these instead of metal blades to make sure that there's no scraping or gouging on the final product. It just creates much more smooth surface. Wood is also an insulating material, so it's not going to suck a lot of heat out of the piece if we're using it in a certain way. And yeah, it looks like we are pretty much done with the shaping of the body of the pot. Again, our handle for the pot is sitting inside of the garage right here, this silver box at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we'll start to heat that up a little bit, and then we can bring it over and attach it to the side of our pot. So just by heating up a small section of the lip and then pushing it outward, we've created a spout for the pot. And we're heating up and preparing the handle over on the left bench right now. We have that out of the garage. So now we bring that handle over, make sure the spout is facing off to the side at a 90-degree angle from the handle. Then we go ahead and connect that. And once we're happy with that connection, we break this smaller pipe away. Just a little tap. And we're left with our pieces connected. Now I assume at some point we'll be taking a measurement of the opening of this piece, because again, we are also planning on making a lid for this pot. And welcome to those that just joined in. As you can see, we're working on making a pot right now, which we've just finished attaching the handle. We're just giving some light adjustments to the handle, touching things up, and then we should be free to break it off and put it away pretty soon. And we do have some finished examples of some pots on the front table and pedestal, all designed by our visiting artist here today, Danielle Brensinger. And she is the one closest to the front, kind of on the right over here. Whenever we have visiting artists come through, our hot shop team that works here full time helps them out. So that's a remainder of the people on the floor. They work for the museum. So at this point, we're ready to break it off and put it away. So we'll start applying some water to that connecting point, cracking that connection from thermal shock. Then we just give the pipe a tap, should pop off into those Kevlar gloves. And that looks like it was a clean break. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And then off into the annealer it goes. So again, this box sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it'll very slowly cool down from that temperature to room temperature for about 12 hours or so. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow. And yeah, that's one of the, I think, 4 pieces that we've put away today. So, and then it's off to making the lid for that pot next. And could I have our visiting artist slideshow again, please? So I know it's been a while since I showed this off. I want to make sure everyone has had the chance to see this slideshow of our visiting artist's work that's up on the screen now. Again, Danielle Brensinger. She's been here for 5 days for this residency, and this is the last day of her residency, sadly. So we're making as much as we can in these last couple of hours. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We have a visiting artist, Danielle Brensinger, and she's the one up in the front just next to me. You can think of her as like the conductor of the orchestra, which is the rest of the hot shop team today. And these guys, they work here for the museum. They'll help visiting artists that come through bring their visions to life. So the piece that we just finished before you guys came in is very similar to this pot right here, where it has this side handle. We also had a design on the side of it, these floral daisies, so almost like a mashup of those two pieces. And we finished that piece, we put it away inside of the annealer, that large black box over there, which will hold it warm and then slowly cool it down. Now we are moving on to making a lid for this pot. So the lid itself is blown as well. And it's interesting. We basically create this acorn-shaped piece of blown glass, and then we pop a large portion of that acorn off, and it becomes the lid to the pot. So that means when this piece is finished in the hot shop, it's not quite finished overall. It has to go through cold working to get that excess glass off. Actually, we already have, I think we might already have the knob made for the lid, or we're making it over on the left bench right now. But this right here is the start to the entire lid itself. All of our pieces have to start that small with just a single layer of glass on the end of our pipe, and then we build layer upon layer to make it bigger. And I don't know if you saw the very beginning of this, but what we did is we melted down a section of color bar, which is solid colored glass. Just take a small piece of it, attach it to the end of a different pipe, melt it down, and then we dropped that molten color onto the end of that clear bubble. And then that's what we were pushing and spreading, was that color. So we have an even layer of color across the entire bubble now. And that's how we have to add color to our pieces, because we only have clear glass furnaces. And I get questions as to, well, why not just put colored glass in the furnaces? But these furnaces hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. So can you imagine being stuck with that one color, using it over and over again? And then what if you want to work with a different color? So we always start with clear, and then we just add little bits of color like this. And then speaking of, this is where we're getting our glass in the first place. The tank with the closed door that we're going inside of now, the glass furnace. It sits at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass at that temperature is textured a lot like honey, so all we have to do is stick the pipe in there, give it a twist, and then we end up with a ball of glass. And then this cycle repeats quite a few times depending on the size of the piece, where we gather clear, we sit down, we smooth it out using the block, which is this wooden spoon shape tool. And then we let it cool down again, we gather again, and so on and so forth, until we have all the glass we need. So all these layers of clear, when we're gathering them, they're going to look almost like, you could see that layer of separation, but when we blow it out, it's gonna really thin out to the point that you won't be able to tell that there's any clear at all. So it'll all just look like that one layer of color. And this color, I think, is pretty rich, because we only put a tiny, tiny amount, and then it ends up these really nice amber colors that we're seeing in these finished pieces. Yeah, for those who just joined in, I see some new faces. Welcome into the Hot Shop. We have visiting artist Danielle Brensinger, and she is the one in the back there. Blonde hair, black clothes. We're working on a piece that she's designed. This is technically part 2 out of 2. So we made a pot with a side handle, kind of like this right here. It had a daisy design on it, like this one right here. It's kind of a mashup of the two. And we're just now making a lid for that pot. And yeah, this bubble that you saw at the center bench, this is going to turn into the lid itself. Oh, and this is just a pipe cooler, so you guys aren't missing anything. Just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. Now this is a tool I haven't gotten to talk about in a little while. So this pad right here is actually just folded up newspaper that we have splashed a bit of water on. It's as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. Yeah, the newspapers are nice. They conform to the shape of our hands. We can really squeeze into the glass we want to as well. So we just gathered up one more layer of clear. This one is a strip gather, which is pretty satisfying to watch. It's just a partial layer of clear. We let some of it drip off. Anything that goes into this bucket, we end up crushing up, throwing back into the furnace and completely reusing. So we do end up reusing a lot of that excess glass. And then based off of the fact that we let some of it drip off, that's telling me that this is all the glass we need for this piece. So we'll bring it to the center bench and we'll be able to start blowing that out pretty soon. So I think that our visiting artist, Danielle, actually has people that she consistently works with or that she has worked with in the past, but she also works alone very frequently. And that's because she does quite a bit of flame working from what I've seen. And flame working is you use a table-mounted torch. You have these rods of colored glass, kind of like this right here, and you can build off of those rods or melt them down and use them for smaller scale art, and that's definitely very individual. And speaking of, could I have Danielle's slideshow on the screen, please? So for those who haven't seen it yet, I just wanted to put a slideshow up on the screen. These are a couple of sketches, inspiration for this residency, and then there are also lots of images of previously made work throughout this slideshow as well, which I'll point out when we see some. Yeah, like all these chain links, all these chain link pieces are made out of those small rods of glass with a table mounted torch. So this is all flame worked glass. So this has been blown out almost to the width that we need. We're double checking with the calipers every once in a while. We want to make sure that it fits just right inside of that opening of the pot. So now we've set up these rollers on the bench. Instead of rolling the pipe back and forth, we're instead just spinning it in one place, which is going to allow us to really evenly heat or apply heat to this one section of the bubble. Basically a band of glass is what we're heating up all the way around the side of this piece. And eventually, this band of glass that we're heating up is going to be kind of collapsed onto itself, and that's going to create the lip of the lid that will rest on the entire rim of the pot. And this will take a few heats. We're using this handheld torch, which gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way, but this bubble of glass is pretty thick. We're just heating it up bit by bit. So we're still heating that same spot all the way around the bubble. You'll notice we start heating up the glass that's connecting the piece and the pipe at this point as well. This area tends to get pretty cold, and if it drops too far below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then the glass will break. So we just apply a little extra heat while we are working on compressing that glass onto itself. So I know a little bit about the history of the shape of the hot shop, like why we built the cone this way, if that interests you. So this area used to be used for a lot of wood, like logging and wood work, like working with the wood, sorry. And they had all of these wood burners called wigwam burners. They were shaped just like this cone. They burned leftover wood scraps inside of them. They were kind of dotted along this waterway. And I think they actually used this waterway to like float logs down, for example. But the production slowed down. We stopped using these wood burners because we used every little scrap of wood instead of just burning the leftover material. So they demolished those cones, they cleaned up the area, they built the bridge of glass and the museum of glass. All this kind of happened at once. And so this cone is just paying tribute to the area's history, basically, and what the area used to be and what it used to be used for. But yeah, it's definitely very decorational. Hot shops do not need to be this tall or shiny. Oh yeah, so you see what I was saying about the kind of acorn shape earlier. Kind of looks acorn-like right now. So that larger portion, what would be like the nut of the acorn, instead of the cap, is going to be popped off, and then you're only going to be left with the cap, essentially. And that's something that has to happen after the hot shop. So we'll leave the piece pretty much like this. And then they'll do something called hot popping, where they score a mark all the way around, start heating up that scored mark, and then that glass will actually just pop all the way perfectly around the piece. It's just an interesting sort of physics principle. So all that we have left for this is we have to attach the knob to the end of this piece, which we probably already have one prepared inside of the garage, which is a silver box right here, sitting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So next we bring that knob over. We were just heating up the very end of it where it's going to be connected to the piece. Overall, just leaving it solid though. And once that's attached, we'll just break away this smaller pipe. And then we'll be left with our pieces connected. So there we pretty much have the overall lid. They'll probably do a little bit of heating and touching up of that knob, make sure it's completely smooth and polished. Now at this point we're getting ready to break it off and put it away. We're torching any weak points, we're torching the glass connecting the piece and the pipe together until we see some movement in that connection. Then we'll apply some water and crack that piece off. So using a file dipped in water, we're filing at that connection point. Then with just a tap of the pipe, it's broken off into those Kevlar gloves. Do a quick little flame polish, and then this is off to the annealer, where it'll slowly cool down overnight. And again, a large portion of this piece will be popped off, and all we're left with is the lid. So this piece will have to be finished on a later date. Thank you. So another piece done. We have to make sure that the piece is cold or more room temperature, and then it will score, and then we'll superheat that we'll superheat that score mark, and then that extreme temperature change is what's gonna pop the glass apart. But I think that it's a little bit risky to do something like that when you're working with it in the hot shop, because we have to kind of sit there for a minute and really wait for that temperature change to happen. And at that point, the rest of the piece could probably crack from thermal shock. So yeah, we always wait till it cools down, and then we do the hot popping. That's what it's called. Hey, welcome back. We're just finishing off the day by getting things out of the garage and turning them into things like color cups, like this right here, which we can use on a future date to get color in our finished piece. And then we also, let's see, we're also just kind of taking things out of the garage, breaking them off into the annealer. Everything's going into the annealer so that it cools down properly and it doesn't break inside of the garage, which this garage, it does keep things warm temporarily, but if we were to turn it off, then things could possibly start to break. So yeah, just making sure things are put away properly.